Good evening. The Board of Trustees meeting for May 12th, 2026 is called to order at 5:30 p.m. Please let the record reflect that Trustee Kirfan, Trustee Harman Singh, and Trustee Jasprit are not, Sidhu are not present. What are the wishes of the board on the agenda? Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Singh. I have a second by Trustee Sellers, VP Sellers. Okay. Actually, we have a request to table under information or under action?
Under action. One of the items dealing with
Is this approve the Harvest Elementary roof repair?
Yes, ma'am. Is that correct?
Okay, we'll just leave the agenda. We'll just make that announcement during the action item. Okay, I have a motion by Trustee Singh. I have a second by Vice President Sellers. All in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye. Any opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries. And then please let the record reflect that Trustee Sidhu has joined us at 5:32. At this time, we'll take any comments from the public on any of the closed session items. So this is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the board on any closed session items. The number to call, if you do not wish to provide a comment in the room, is 559-276-3150.
Board President, 30 seconds have passed and there's no callers at this time.
Okay. Hearing no comments from the public, we will now adjourn into closed session and return to open session as soon as we conclude closed. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. The board reconvenes to open session. Items to report from closed session. Trustee Kirfan joined us at 5:37 p.m. Trustee Harman Singh joined us at 5:39 p.m. The board approved the certificated personnel report by a motion by Trustee Sidhu, a second by Trustee Kirfan. Motion carried unanimously. Classified personnel report was also approved unanimously. A motion by Trustee Kirk and a second by Trustee Harman Singh. Additional items to report. The board took action to accept the late claim on GHC 00888738. A motion was made by Trustee Kirk and a second was made by me. And then the board took action to deny the claim GHC 00888738. A motion was made by Trustee Kirk. I seconded that motion. We had 6 yes votes, and we had Vice President Sellers abstain from that action. Okay. That concludes our reportable action from closed session. We will now move on to our Pledge of Allegiance. If we can have Vice President Sellers please lead. Thank you. We move on to our community engagement information. We will invite our interpreter translators and begin with Mr. Lazo.
Good evening. If you wish to address the board, please call 559-276-3150 or fill out a request form provided on the table near the entrance and submit it to the clerk of the board prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on an item on the agenda, please do so when that item is called. If you wish to speak on an item not on the agenda, you may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Si desea dirigirse a la mesa directiva, llame al número 559-276-3150 o complete un formulario de solicitud provisto en la mesa cerca de la entrada y preséntelo al secretario de la mesa directiva antes de la reunión. Se permitirán comentarios públicos relacionados con los temas de la agenda cuando se llame el tema. Los comentarios públicos sobre un tema que no está en la agenda se permitirán durante la sección de comentarios públicos de la agenda. The district welcomes other language speakers to the board meetings. Anyone planning to attend and need an interpreter for a language other than Spanish should call 559-274-4700 extension 10150, by noon on the Friday preceding the board meeting or at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting so arrangements can be made for an interpreter. El distrito da la bienvenida a las personas que hablan otros idiomas a las reuniones de la mesa directiva. Cualquier persona que planifique asistir y necesite un intérprete para un idioma que no sea español, llame al 559-274-4700, extensión 10150, el viernes antes de la reunión y antes del mediodía, o por lo menos 48 horas antes de la reunión para poder hacer los arreglos para la interpretación. Thank you.
Thank you.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਿਤ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 559 276 3150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਜਾਂ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਟੇਬਲ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਇੱਕ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਫਾਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਭਰੋ ਅਤੇ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਕਲਰਕ ਕੋਲ ਜਮ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਆਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਜਨਤਕ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਸਾਡਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜੇਕਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹੋਣ ਦੀ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਬਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਸਪੈਨਿਸ਼ ਜਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਲਈ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸ਼ੁੱਕਰਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ 48 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 559 274 4700 ਐਕਸਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ 10150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Thank you. We move on to our presentations. We will first hear from our school activities presentations, Justin Garza High School, Pravlenupal. Did I say that?
Probably Nepal. Good evening, members of the board, administrators, staff, students, and community members. My name is Probably Nepal, and I'm honored to serve as the ASP president at Justin Garza High School. As we head towards the end of the school year, I'm excited to share some of the amazing accomplishments, events, and moments that have brought our school community together over the past few months. First, we are incredibly proud of our theater program for receiving a Rita Award nomination. This recognition reflects the hard work, talent, and dedication of our students and advisors who continue to elevate the arts at Justin Garza. Their passion and creativity have made a lasting impact on our campus culture, and we are so excited to see our program continue to grow and gain recognition. Another memorable event this spring was our Garza Palooza, which took place right before spring break. Students had the opportunity to relax, connect with friends, and celebrate the end of the quarter with activities like slime making, popcorn, music, and games. Events like these are important because they help strengthen school spirit and create positive experiences for the students outside the classroom. We also recently hosted our open house where families had the opportunity to visit classrooms, celebrate student achievement, and connect with teachers and programs across campus. During this time, we also highlighted our scholastic awards and recognized students for their academic excellence and dedication. It was inspiring to see so many students being celebrated for their hard work and accomplishments. In addition, our prom this year was a huge success. Students had an unforgettable night filled with music, dancing, and memories that will last a lifetime. A great deal of planning and effort went into prom, making it special, and it was amazing to see our students come together and enjoy such an important milestone in their high school experience. Looking ahead, this Thursday we'll be hosting our valedictorian dinner and senior awards recognition, where we will honor some of the outstanding students in the class of 2026 for their academic achievements, leadership, and contributions to our school community. We're excited to celebrate the dedication and perseverance of our seniors as they prepare for graduation and the next chapter of their lives. We are also excited for our spring rally coming up next Friday, featuring a Monsters, Inc. inspired theme. Our students and leadership teams have been working hard to create an energetic and engaging rally that celebrates school spirit, creativity, and student involvement. We are looking forward to bringing our student body together once again as we finish the school year strong with fun performances, exciting games, and plenty of school pride. Overall, this semester has been filled with growth, achievement, and unforgettable moments for our students and staff at Justin Garza High School. On behalf of ASB, I want to thank our teachers, administrators, families, and community members for continuously supporting our teachers and students, and helping create opportunities for them to succeed both inside and outside the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you leave, you also received a scholarship earlier.
Yes,
last
I
week.
did. For
Do
the
we have any
caregivers.
other students? I don't see all the faces. I don't see anyone else I recognize. Okay. Will you just tell us which scholarship you received and then where you plan to go to college?
I received the Karen Davis Memorial Scholarship, and I'll be attending UC Berkeley this fall.
Yes, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from a representative from class, Ross Shavir. And then pronounce that correctly because I'm sure I got it wrong.
Cheever.
Shiver, got it.
Good
And you
eve-
can move the mic up.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, just for your comfort.
Good evening, Board President Carrillo, Superintendent Dr. Marshall, and governing board members. My name is Ross Cheever, and I'm a 12th grade student at class and looking forward to meeting my graduation requirements within the next week. I began attending class at the beginning of my junior year in August 2024. Following my admission to class, I have excelled in ways that seemed impossible previously. I am extremely grateful for the opportunity to attend such a wonderful school. Additionally, I thank you all for the opportunity to present tonight. Our students enrolled in both alternative school and adult school have been progressing well, highlighted by robust enrollment in both schools, with 294 students enrolled in our alternative school and 535 students enrolled in our adult school. After the conclusion of the third quarter for our alternative school, all students and families received our third quarter progress reports, which include specific information regarding all of the courses we took during the third quarter and the grades and number of credits each course receives. At class, we recently celebrated African American History Month in February, Women's History Month in March, and Asian American/Pacific Islander Month during April. The staff created informative and inspirational bulletin boards highlighting the valuable and significant societal contributions made by individuals representative of these three ethnic origins and demographics, who have elevated our society and culture through their extraordinary achievements and accomplishments. Many of our alternative school students recently attended an educational field trip to Gazebo Gardens, where they were introduced to and learned about various plants and trees. Several other students recently attended a student incentive field trip to a Fresno Grizzlies baseball game at Chukchansi Park. All of our high school students continue to have the opportunity to attend Saturday Live, having increased after spring break from being offered on the first and third Saturday of every month to every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Saturday Live serves an additional opportunity for us to come in and receive additional support from teachers, take unit assessments, complete instructional units. Through May 9th, attendance at Saturday Live has been growing with an average of 18 students attending to improve their academic standing. The previous Saturday, we had 28 students attend. Our students are being routinely awarded for maintaining good attendance and for completing all their assigned work. This was recently highlighted by our third quarter Student Academic Awards. Over 100 students were recognized for their achievement with the presentation of a certificate, along with popcorn and treats in the principal's office. Our third nurse assistant training program, Cohort of the Year, graduated and participated in their pinning ceremony on April 24th. The large majority of our NATP graduates have taken and passed their certification exam, both written and skill assessments, and are now employed as certified nurse assistants. We are in the middle of our fourth and final cohort of the 2025-2026 school year. Central Adult School recently offered a brand new forklift certification training course during spring break at Central High School, where 13 students earned their forklift operating certification. Since this inaugural course, we are realizing there is a strong demand within our community for additional resources, which we plan to offer again during the 2026-2027 school year. The students in our adult transition program, our connections, continue to make great strides towards gaining independence and learning to navigate society as a young adult by participating in valuable work experience via community-based instruction 3 to 4 times each week. An example of our continued community and business partnerships are the Fresno Chaffee Zoo, Round Table Pizza, the Valley Animal Center, and the Student Dining Hall at Fresno State University. We have just recently garnered 3 new business partnerships with Poppy's Mexican Grill, Me and Ed's, and Lotus Gardens Nursery. With the spring summative testing session, our alternative school students are in the midst of taking our CAA SPP state assessments, while our adult school students are preparing to take their fourth quarter state assessments next week. Throughout the entire week, all of our amazing teachers and staff are being recognized and treated extra special for staff appreciation, highlighted by a catered lunch for all of them tomorrow. Like myself, dozens of students who attend class are excited and preparing to graduate on June 10th in the ceremony. Lastly, over 100 of our alternative school students and several connection students are looking forward to attending our summer programs. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. And congratulations on staying on track to reach your graduation requirements. Let's give both of our students and graduating seniors a big round of applause. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you during graduation, which the graduation dates are on your trustee calendar. Take a look at them, make sure you add them to your personal calendar. It's a great time to celebrate our graduating students. And with that, we move on to our employee recognition. I'll turn it over to Dr. Childs.
Yes, good evening, President Carrillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. Our first employee recognition that we would like to introduce and present tonight is Melissa Wright Villalobos, who is the Director of Climate, Culture, and Social Emotional Learning.
Good evening, members of the board, President Carrillo, and Superintendent Marshall. I'm deeply honored to serve as the Director of Educational Climate, Culture, and Social Emotional Learning for Central Unified. My journey to this position has been dedicated to one goal: ensuring that every student has the learning environment and social emotional support they need to thrive. I've seen this work from every angle, starting in the classroom as a teacher, moving into site-based leadership, and most recently serving as the Tier 1 Climate and Culture Specialist at the district level. Furthermore, my work on the California Department of Education's SEL advisory team has allowed me to assist in shaping SEL guidelines and indicators at the state level. These experiences have collectively prepared me to understand both the high-level state and district strategy and the daily classroom reality of this work. My immediate focus is on building scalable systems and protocols that move this essential climate and culture work across every school in our district. By creating a proactive, data-informed culture, we can ensure that every student is supported early and effectively. This system-wide approach will ensure that general education support is so robust that we maximize success for all students within their primary learning environments. In this new role, I am committed to ensuring our climate, culture, and SEL efforts aren't just initiatives, but the very heartbeat of our schools. I look forward to partnering with our educators, families, students, and interest holders to create environments where every student is safe, seen, and supported. Thank you for your trust, and I'm ready to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to call up Director Hinkle as she presents the Captain Implementation Award.
Good evening, Board President Carrillo, trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. The California Autism Professional Training and Information Network, or CAPTAIN, is a statewide cross-agency network focused on implementing evidence-based practices, or EBPs, for individuals with autism. Through the dedication of Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, Representatives Heidi Baldwin and Melissa Rose, River Bluff has significantly enhanced its EBP implementation. We are proud to recognize Noemi Almeida, our school psychologist, who's unable to be here tonight, Sarah Sanders, our speech-language pathologist, and Stacy Stenger, our TK SDC teacher, for their exceptional fidelity in implementing visual cue strategies for autism. Their deep commitment to studying and applying these evidence-based practices is highly commendable, directly contributing to student success and improved outcomes at River Bluff. To honor their dedication, these team members will be celebrated at the annual Captain Summit next fall, recognized among 450-plus Captain Cadre Committee members from across California for their outstanding efforts. Thank you, Sarah, Stacy, and Noemi.
So we welcome you to come shake our hands if you'd like, and to take a photo with us also if you'd like.
Thank you. And as the board is seated, our final employee recognition will be presented by Area Administrator Mark Fowler.
All right. Good evening, Board President Carrillo, Superintendent Dr. Marshall, and trustees. Tonight, it is my honor to introduce and celebrate Shauna Souza for recently being elected to the California Association of Directors of Activities. This appointment reflects both professional excellence and a strong commitment to student activities, leadership development, and the advancement of a positive school culture. We are recognizing Shauna tonight to acknowledge her service that provides meaningful opportunities that highlight the importance of professional leadership, volunteerism, and the advancement of student activities in our district. Congratulations, Shauna.
Thank you, and congratulations to all that we recognize today. We move on with our Employee Association highlights. We first invite Laura Bolton, Central Unified Teachers Association President.
Good evening. All right, so it's awards season and scholarship season, so I've got things like that to share with you. So I can finally tell you the name of the person who won a $1,000 grant from California Casualty. It's William Thomas at Glacier Point. He won that $1,000, for his tennis team. So it'll go towards the tennis team at Glacier Point. Also from Glacier Point, the track team had a fantastic Valley meet result. Kimani Davis came in third in the 100-meter dash at the Valley meet. Swan Lawrence is the Valley champion, won the 100-meter and the 200-meter, and broke Olympian Jenna Prandini's record time in the 100-meter. And both qualified for the Nike Outdoor Nationals for the 100-meter. Madison finally got a marquee. They're very excited. I think they're about the last one to get a marquee, actually, so it's good. River Bluff shared that their pyramid band performance with Rio Vista and East was wonderful, and they wanted to give kudos to all who performed in that performance. And then I also want to share that CUDA has scholarships that we give out. We donate to the Transition Scholarship for our functional life skills students that are adult transition students heading into the work world, the community. That scholarship has been around since 2012, and we're proud to be able to participate in it. Whatever funds they gather, they divide up by the students that they're offering it to. So they've got, I believe, 4 students this year that will divvy up the pot. And then Michaela Gonzalez at East, Caden Plan at Central High School, and Elijah Maldonado at Garza all received the CUDA scholarship for $750. Also, Central High School has this wonderful document for me. They're keeping track of all the positives, so I'm going to just give you a couple of really key ones. Their Grizzly Theater Company opened their inaugural musical, high school musical. They had a crew of 30 students plus their 2 teachers, Courtney Grimm and Scott Siegel. Ag has continued to absolutely slay. All the same kiddos that we've been acknowledging, but I do want to point out that they also work on bringing up the next generation of kiddos into ag. So the ag department hosted an 8th grade ice cream social for their incoming freshmen who've enrolled in ag class to get them started with the program and see what is available to them. And then ROP, all their programs competed at the Career Skills Challenge at Fresno City College and received many honors and medals. ROP Criminology earned 2nd place in the crime scene investigation. And their sports teams, which again, kind of new for them, swim and dive. Leo Hernandez broke the Central High School record with 11 dives. And the rest of their teams are doing really well as well. Their Classified Employee of the Year, 2 years in a row, has come from Central High School, so they're pretty proud of that. And then they held their annual career day, and they made sure that all students had the opportunity to attend. This is the first time that that's happened. Let's see. And then finally, Band and Winter Guard. Successful spring season, achieving higher points than before in all their other competitions, but they came in 2nd and 3rd place, silver and bronze. In addition, the Central High School band will increase from 28 in their first year to 30 in years past. I'm reading that wrong. I'm sorry. Apologies. I definitely didn't do well with that one. Okay, and last one. This is a really important one, and it's in bold with stars. 28 of their senior class of 2026 will receive their AA degree, and 8 students will receive their GATC, which is the completion of all general education coursework. That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I see her now. Next, we invite the president for the California School Employees Association, Angie Aguirre. Make sure the mic is on. The light needs to be green. Perfect.
Thank you. I always forget that. Good evening, Dr. Marshall and board members. I'd like to recognize the following bus drivers who qualified for the state rodeo in Bakersfield on March 24th. Ricky Woods, Brian Rodriguez, Tony Harrows, Robert Munoz, Maria Munoz, Larry Cervantes, Sofia Carrillo, Vera Rios, Garamina Ortega, and Carrie Linder. These drivers worked hard to earn their place at the state competition and helped raise funds for the event by creating and selling baskets. In addition, our chapter donated $1,200 to assist in the cost of the rooms, gas, and food expenses. Since these employees are representing the district and using district buses while attending this event, I would like the district to consider helping fund a portion of the expenses in the future years as a way to show support for our employees representing the district at the state level. We are very proud of our drivers. A lot of them go every year, and they fundraise every year, and we donate as much as we can to help them so they don't come out of pocket. So I just want to wish them the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to our superintendent board communications. We'll first hear from Dr. Marshall, our superintendent.
Got you. Thank you. I can echo Lori. You kind of stole my thunder a little bit as far as a lot of the accolades. And we are going to have some of the athletes from Central High School to come back next month because there's a lot of accolades there. This is the time of the year, a lot of culminating activities and ceremonies. I had a chance to attend the Central High School Ag Boosters event on Saturday. Very interesting experience as far as the bidding on items and stuff, and people take it very seriously. You know, but that as far as the fan that I won, I mean, this is my backyard, so that's good. As far as some student accolades, as far as our elementary students, they went to they were at the Fresno County Science Olympiad, and they brought home over 70 medals. 2 of our students at Justin Garza High School were nominated for the Rita Moreno Theater Musical Awards on May 18th in San Jose. So our students are doing great things. Some staff accolades, Dr. Lopez, we got a notification from Rotary Foundation that she's a fellow for the, the Paul, what's his name?
So it's one of the highest
Yes, it is,
distinctions
yes.
for community. Can I just say something about that? These awards are given to us, but in leadership roles, we know that it's not us alone.
Right.
So I just want to say thank you to the staff that work under my departments and for the staff that I've worked with over the years. I've known Rotary since Fresno Unified for all their work because they know that it takes a village, and I just want to say thank you to them.
Thank you. All right, and then also a lot of us attended the Foundation for Central Schools Scholarship Award ceremony, and it was nice to see so many of our students out, being recognized, and staff members for their accomplishments. And I also learned, I think we had talked about this a little at the last meeting, that our district received the District Star Award. So I'll let you, Amir, kind of talk about that briefly.
Good evening. We have a synergistic who has been working with our school district for last couple of years regarding energy usage, management, and planning.
President Carrillo, members of the board.
Make sure the mic is on. There should be a green light.
I think it's on. I'm just not speaking into it very
Okay,
loudly. I
thank you.
apologize. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be before you. I think one of my colleagues had an opportunity to be before you here a couple of weeks ago, shared with you the fact that Central Unified School District is a best-in-class school district as it relates to its focus on energy conservation, its focus on fiscal responsibility, its focus on environmental responsibility. What we did not get an opportunity to do much of when she was here last week speaking to that and awarding a scholarship that was associated with that best-in-class recognition was what that was associated with. You have in front of you a document that speaks to some of the things specifically that your district has done that has qualified you as a best-in-class organization. And think about this, if you can, focus with me on this just a little bit. The district chose to partner with our company back in 2021. The idea being that we were going to help you conserve energy, we were going to help you conserve water. You were motivated by stewardship of our environment, stewardship of your district's finances. What you ended up doing was reducing your energy consumption by over 20%, your energy consumption per square foot by over 20%. That's translated over the last nearly 5 years into about $4 million you did not have to send to utility companies. That also translated into an environmental impact equivalent to somewhere around 24 million miles driven. The carbon emissions associated with driving a car 24 million miles. My point in all of this is, well, just ask yourself for just a moment, what if every school district in this state was doing what you've done? You have set such an example, and I do not want anyone to misunderstand that or take that for granted, because it did not happen just by chance. It happened because there was a focused effort to partner and do the right things, and these are the results from those. Now, I also want to recognize you for something more than just Synergistics' statement that you are best in class. We also want to present this evening recognition that I would call sort of independent validation of what you've done. It's one thing for Synergistic, the company that's partnered with you for the last nearly 5 years, to say all these great things. It's another thing for you to hear it from your federal government, more specifically the Environmental Protection Agency. I think somebody has a clicker that we can advance this slide. I have a short video I'd like for you to see.
Congratulations to Central Unified School District on 3 years of ENERGY STAR building certifications. In 2025, Central USD earned 12 ENERGY STAR certifications and is one of only 12 districts in California to receive this recognition. Over 80% of Central USD's eligible buildings now carry the Energy Star designation. On average, Energy Star certified buildings use 35% less energy, cause 35% fewer greenhouse gas emissions, and are less expensive to operate than their peers, all without sacrifices in performance or comfort. To earn Energy Star certification, buildings are verified to perform in the top 25% nationwide for energy efficiency and meet strict ventilation standards. Biola Pershing Elementary, Central East High School, Central Elementary, Central High School, Han Fantilli Elementary, Herndon Barstow Elementary, John Steinbeck Elementary, Madison Elementary, Norman Liddell Elementary, Pathway Community Day School and Pershing Continuation High School, Rio Vista Middle School, River Bluff Elementary.
On behalf of everyone at Synergistic, thank you for allowing us to serve you. We want to continue to serve you for many years to come, and part of what we've left with you is a proposal that goes to a potential extension of our contract. But most importantly, when you look at that, understand that we as a company also understand what's going on in school districts across our country today. We want to continue to be a part of the solution. And once again, thank you very much for allowing us to do that, and congratulations on not just being recognized as best in class, but being recognized by the Environmental Protection Agency as Energy Star certified.
Thank you.
The award we'd like to present to the superintendent and the board president.
Thank you very much. Do you guys want a photo?
Yeah.
Break cameras.
You have 3 minutes
All right,
left on your presentation.
I'm almost done. All right, as far as you have 2 more points that I want to make real quick. I'm going to be submitting to you and to the community 2 items. One, as far as I do, like on my entry plan when I came in, I like to do a self-evaluation on things that I felt that I was able to do, accomplish, and then what's left, some things that I missed out on. And then the next document, this is more of a community, district-wide type communication. I want to look, if you look at what are the critical issues in public schools in California, and I'm framing that from the perspective of our readiness as a school district for those items. There are 5 of them. In terms of, when I list them here, it's all based on the state of California as a whole, and then I'm going to frame it from where we stand as a district in terms of our situation. One, as far as the fiscal situation. Second, governance and restructuring. As you're aware, there's some at the state level, there's a move afoot to change that structure as far as the public instruction superintendent, going to a different type model. Another topic, student achievement and academic recovery, as far as more of an emphasis on results. New policies in classroom environment. The 2 things that stand out the most are, as far as one thing we've been dealing with as a district, as far as the upcoming cell phone policy, and then artificial intelligence. How are we ready for that? And then the last topic, as far as our readiness in terms of our workforce challenges. Because public education, a lot of people are not going into that industry in this current time. So basically, I'm just going to give a kind of, just what I see as a status report for the district, about kind of where we are, and get feedback. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall. We move on to our student board report. Do either student trustee wish to speak? Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm just gonna say some stuff because I was gone 3 weeks, I'm just gonna summarize some stuff. Friday and Saturday, we went on a theater lab. Garza, East, and West, we all went, and it was a 2-day thing, and it was really fun. It was the first time doing it, so I feel really honored to be able to go. We met some amazing people, including Audra McDonald. If you guys don't know her, she's won 6 Tony Awards, so I'm really happy that I got to meet her. I also had a wonderful experience working in High School Musical Ensemble, so I was really happy for that. Next, I'm going to have Amira summarize some feedback about the phone policy.
Is that all you have to say? Yeah. Okay, I was just going to state with a little recap of what's going on at East. Recently, we do have a phone petition going around schools. There's been a lot of students and staff upset with the new decision. I'm also going to go into other issues going around campus with attention to our computer science program. We have a lot of students upset by the news shutting down of Mr. McDowell's class. We want to bring attention to the fact that he's brought great opportunities and supported many kids' careers and just offered a lot of support, and we urge you guys to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you both. Then we'll turn to board reports. Before I turn the floor over, I do just want to share with everyone that we did host the foundation hosted the 10 years of scholarship giving last week, and both Trustee Harman Singh and Vice President Sellers and I were there to just witness the growth of this program. What started as giving a handful of scholarships in memory of Janessa Ramirez has now become an opportunity to award a number of our students, and I'm just amazed by the growth that our executive director has really developed with the foundation, but also the gifts that our community has given and your commitment from those who have served as our teachers and principals and have been a part of our Central Unified community. Thank you very much for continuing to support our students. And then the scholarship portion of it has officially determined that they will award 9 scholarships in memory of Janessa Ramirez, and so that'll continue moving forward. And so again, just thank you very much and congratulations to all of our students who received those scholarships. And with that, yes, let's give those students a big round of applause. Thank you. If anyone missed it and you'd like to see our students, I do still have a program, so I'm happy to share that. And then Trustee Sidhu, and I'll go around if anyone else wishes to speak.
Yes, I just wanted to share really quickly that every year the American Nurses Association celebrates Nurses Week. So today's the last day of the week for 2026. So I just wanted to give a shout out to all my fellow nurses, LVNs, CNAs, all healthcare heroes really, for always working the front lines. And then a special shout out to my most favorite nurse, my mom, the most hardworking nurse I know.
Is there any other board member wishing to speak? Okay, hearing nothing further, we'll move on to our comments from the public. So this item is for any comments on any non-agenda items. We've allocated a maximum of 20 minutes for people from the public to speak and address the board with a maximum of 3 minutes, which will be adjusted depending on how many speakers we have. Do we have a count on the number of speakers for tonight?
President Correa, we have, I think, about 11 speakers.
Okay. Do we have any phone? How many do we have? Do we know? 2? Okay. So let's allow 2 minutes for each individual to speak. I know that exceeds our 20 minutes, but that will hopefully give sufficient time for you to provide your comment.
Okay. Thank you. Our first comment is coming from Scott Donahue. And Mr. Donahue, will you wait just a few seconds while we figure out technical difficulties? Thank you. Thank you for your patience. You may begin when you're ready.
Bonsoir, good evening. My name is Mr. Scott Donaghy, French instructor at Central East High School. As a teacher of 28 years, all of which has been within Central Unified, I look across and I see a lot of former students, parents of former students, a lot of you that know who I am. You know I have a vast knowledge of the district and I have a passion for teaching, which is contagious. My knowledge of the administration, support staff, and teaching staff is extensive, as I have taught at Central High, Central East, Justin Garza High, and even Rio Vista Junior High. So when I tell you that the loss of Mr. Lyle McDowell from our school will be detrimental to the academic and mental health of our campus, I do not speak in hyperbole. My understanding of Mr. McDowell as a colleague and as an individual goes beyond service level. From co-club events on large scale and shared projects, he and I even faced down a tornado, forming just miles from the school together in a classroom with 24 frightened students. This experience revealed a caring man who used humor and levity to calm those students that afternoon. I cannot even begin to explain to you the awe-inspiring curriculum and content that he employs, which deeply and positively affects his students and our school at large in so many ways, and you will hear from a lot of those students today. I also wonder, has the person or persons wanting to make this change even stepped into the space that he has created for his students? Have you even toured and seen what the students have created there? I stand in solidarity with these students behind me and Mr. McDowell to simply say that we do not support this change. It is unwarranted, uninformed, and just wrong. If your goal is to save money, send out a survey to the staff. We will tell you where the waste is, anonymously. His technology courses, which include computer science, which implements the 3D design components, dual enrollment for cybersecurity program, and esports club and competitive gaming team, which is CIF recognized, is amazing. So, I had more to say, but in conclusion, all of you have the power to save this man's job and programs here at Central East High School. Please use that power.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Lyle McDowell.
Members of the board, families, students in attendance, and those joining us online, I thank you for your time tonight. My name is Lyle McDowell. I teach computer science at Central East High School. These are a few facts of the programs we're proposing to cut and the voices of the students who would negatively be affected by these changes. Computer science is a part of our daily lives. We can see it apparently here tonight. We live, the way we interact, and the way we learn. Students must have fundamental skills and fundamental knowledge of computer science technology to succeed in both college and career. It can be argued that we should have more computer science classes and graduation be part of a graduation requirement rather than cutting the only option students currently have. The Central East Computer Science program consists of 5 courses. These are the only courses taught by computer science on this campus. We cover the spectrum of such things as fundamental computer skills, online application, relevant topics such as social media, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, and graphic design. We've recently established a relationship with Fresno City College and created a dual enrollment cybersecurity computer science certificate program where students can earn college credits attending Central East High School. Cutting the computer science course of the high school would put our students at a disadvantage. Every industry, learning institution, career path requires basic computer skills and experience. We as an education institution should be building and not dismantling our technology computer science courses to ensure that we prepare our students for a tech-driven economy. The 3D Printing Club consists of 25 active members. Our students have designed, printed, and created, marketed, and sold their own items. The Computer Science and 3D Design Club has collaborated with the Family Science Club, the French Club, Life Skills class, Drama Department, Music Department, Football Program, Basketball team, tennis team, golf team, soccer team, leadership, and the school at large. We've created awards, signs, trophies, and many other items for the central community and beyond. The computer science program consists of high-rigor course and new college and career pathway. In a world where all students must use technology, we as a district are rolling out a one-to-one Chromebook next year, and is more relevant now than ever.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Our next comment is from Theo Ekman.
Good evening. Is this on?
I'm here to show my support for McDowell's computer science class. I just have a few points to talk about. Firstly is McDowell's class has majorly helped me with my future career. At the beginning of my school year in Central East High School, I had no clue what career I wanted for my future. It's just hope I figure out in the future. But during his class, we have gone over all the different careers you can have in computer science, and now have an idea for what job I want and what to focus on in the future. Next is I wanted to learn things like coding for a very long time, but I just had no clue where to start. And McDowell's class gave an amazing place to start learning these things. And now I've continued learning them, some by myself at home. And the main last thing I have to talk about is there's no other class like it at school. So if computer science is shut down and other students want to learn, there's just no other opportunity here. There's no chance for them. If I delayed having computer science, like I wanted to take something the first year and then have it another year, I just wouldn't be able to have this opportunity. And I would have missed it. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Julian Reyes.
Wait, is this on? Oh, okay. Good evening, members of the board. I just want to talk about the current situation happening at Central East High School, which is the computer science program shutting down. And I want to talk about how that would heavily affect our school as a whole, because computer science is like a really, it's a course that is involved with a lot of majors, especially in college, like electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, software engineering, computer engineering, things like that. And I just want to mention how taking McDowell's classes also helped me with my major, because I took AP Comp Sci last year, and it definitely helped me a lot into getting ahead in my degree or my major into electrical engineering. And I also want to mention how getting rid of McDowell from Central East High School and shutting down the computer science program also shuts down a lot of other programs like dual enrollment that would help kids get ahead in college and get to know what they want to do with that, with the knowledge that they learn from computer science from being able to learn from those classes that they take into researching more into degrees and majors that they want to learn later on in the future, and thinking, oh, I think I know what I want to take. And another thing I also want to mention is Mr. McDowell is a really helpful and happy person. And last year, I had a really bad experience at home. Personally, I won't say here, but I didn't really want to share with any of my other teachers, but he was there for me, and he definitely helped me, like, stay positive in school, because what I had last year really affected my life heavily, and Mr. McDowell was definitely there to help me have, like, a voice in that class, because I didn't really want to mention, like, my personal issues going on at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Christine Ledgerwood Flores.
Thank you. I came here tonight with the hopes to yield my allotted time to one of these students to support them in their civic action to find that this was no longer an option. It is my understanding that this is due to one group who abused this privilege. That's really unfortunate, as I feel these students in this room should not be punished for the actions of others. I am requesting that the board reconsider the ability to yield time with guidelines to avoid further issues, but to allow the opportunity for future students and community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from David Odermatt. Sure. Our next comment is from Devia P. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce the final name. Devin Falanikon. I apologize.
Devin Pakumkam, by the way, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, board members of our Central Unified. I am here to point out our concerns about your decision cutting our program from Central East. McDowell's program not only is not only the only other class we teach about computer science in our district, but apologies. Maybe I'm sorry. His computer program, okay. Mr. McDowell's computer program is the only class in our district to teach computer science. This is a critical a critical skill we will really need in the far future, such as graphic design, AI, electronics, and whatnot. Cybersecurity as well. These are these are positions that are constantly evolving to the point where they're more accepting than the amount of jobs accepting people behind cash registers. But my point is, this is a really critical skill we need for our students. Your job as the board is to ensure our students are ready for college, not only college, but for the competitive job market we have here in our country. But I believe I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Dev Patel.
Good evening, board. Thank you for your time. My name is Dev Patel, and I'm a junior at Central East High School. Since my first hour of code in elementary school, I've known that code is going to be an important and pivotal part of my life. No person has been as pivotal to this journey as Mr. McDowell has been. His class and his clubs have taught me skills that are necessary not only beyond high school and college, but also in the job market. You know, whether it be teamwork, design, networking, his classes and clubs have taught me all of that. And I find it heartbreaking that you guys have allowed it to be taken away from students at Central East. We've talked about the class a lot, but I want to address the Bengal 3D Printing Club. I am a co-founder of this club. I have watched it start from just spreadsheets and order forms for 3D printers and filaments to a club that, as you guys can see in the back, we have produced stuff and sold, I think, almost 4 or 5 figures worth of profit and have almost, I think, $20,000, $30,000 worth of gear and equipment. And to see that all go and see the kids don't get to have the opportunity to learn stuff like that is heartbreaking. I ask you, board, to please reconsider, to please help save not only computer science, but 3D printing as well. Because without that, kids won't be able to learn the skills that they need not only to succeed past high school and college, but also in the job market. I have personally, can't stress this enough. I have found a team. I have found some of my closest friends. I have an ally and a mentor that I can lean on anytime I need. Like a previous student said, Mr. McDowell has not been just an amazing teacher, but an amazing mentor and person to all of his students and all of his club members over the last 2 or 3 years I've known him, and over the last 6 years he's been teaching here. Board, I please ask you to reconsider and to please help save computer science, Bengal 3D printing, and esports. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Michaela Bradshaw.
Good evening. I am Michaela Bradshaw, and I am a current student of Mr. McDowell's. He has built 3 programs up from the bottom, and he is still running them. And to see that all go is really heartbreaking because not only do they stand on their own, but they also collaborate with a lot of other clubs and other programs in the school. It's really it really makes me sad that you guys would consider taking him away from Central East. On the first day of school, he told us that we were people before students and that he would be there for us whenever we needed anything. And I think in high school, that's someone you really need to have around. When on the surveys, the panorama surveys, when you get asked what teacher makes you feel comfortable, like, do you have any teachers that make you feel comfortable? He is the teacher, and we need him. And I've been to Rio Vista. I was a Rio Vista student. I have siblings at Rio Vista, and my mom works at Rio Vista. His goals and his program would not last there. They don't have the mental preparedness for what he wants to implement in the students' lives. He wants to make sure that we are ready for college and ready for life and ready for a career. And when I was in middle school, I wasn't worried about that because I still had 4 years of high school. So it wouldn't have stuck with me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Angel Blanchett.
Good evening, board. My name is Angel Blanchett, and I am a student of Mr. McDowell's. I have been in his class for the last 4 years. Not all 4 years, but I've been in his class 2 of those 4 years. I have helped him with the 3D printing club. I have seen the members of the esports club. They practice a lot. They do a lot of things on their own time. From what I know, that Mr. McDowell has put his own money on the line with the 3D printing club to be able to help the students. He wants to make sure that the students have good opportunities. What I know about Mr. McDowell is that he risks a lot for his job, for his students, because he puts his students first before anything else. I know this because he has helped me a lot, both mentally and physically. He has helped me both in class and outside of class. Mr. McDowell is an amazing teacher and a person. One last final thing is that about computer science. I knew I wanted to code since I went to Hippity Middle School. And my old principal right here, most amazing principal I've had. Ever since Hippity Middle School, I knew I wanted to code a lot, and Mr. McDowell has helped me learn coding more. But it's not just coding that he has helped me learn about. He has also taught me about the dangers of the internet, more risks about the internet, things that we shouldn't do on the internet. He has taught us a lot on the internet and computer science. So it's really heartbreaking that the board has decided to get rid of computer science because he's really passionate about this, and I doubt that the kids at Rio Vista would even bat an eye towards it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Micah Leon.
Hello, my name is Michael Leon. From what I've seen from Mr. McDowell with his computer science, along with esports, 3D printing club, and so on, including esports, McDowell has changed many lives, and he has inspired many students with working together with creativity. And along with people like Devin, has built this club from the ground up, and has changed many lives to work as a family. Keeping this program will force this kind of stuff to live on, continuing to inspire future generations that will come along the line. Mr. McDowell is a great man who cares a lot for his students, and he deserves to continue to do what he does best. Thank you.
Thank you. Last card I have is from David Odermatt.
I'm probably one of the oldest people in the room besides a couple of you.
Can you move? Can you lift. There we
go.
yes,
Thank you. As again, I'm probably one of the oldest people in this room, with a few exceptions. I started off when computers were the size of this room. If I had had a chance to have had learning before I joined the workforce in the military, I was in the Army, I would have had a much better life in the force. I worked after I got out. I've worked with CNCs, I've worked with CADs, I've worked with all kinds of other computer-aided things that I've had to learn from scratch. It's okay to cry, kids. But I know of at least 2 students who came to this school specifically for this class. My grandson is one of them. And I stand here for him. And I stand here for all the rest of us who wished we could have had a leg up. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Do we have any other student or anyone else in the room that wishes to speak at this time? Okay. If you've already spoken, you're only limited to 1 comment, yes. Okay, we will now move to any telephonic comments. I know.
Good evening, Chu. You have 3 minutes to address the board. Please make sure to turn down the volume on your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear. Again, you have 3 minutes and your time, 2 minutes, and your time starts now.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for your time. My name is Chufu Lor. I was the former president of Mr. McDowell's Computer Science Club, a valedictorian and recipient of the Scholar of Excellence Award at Central East High School. I was also recognized for completing Mr. McDowell's computer science pathway at Central East. I'm speaking today because I'm deeply concerned by the possibility of the only computer science pathway at Central East High School being shut down. This decision is not small or insignificant, but a decision that removes the only opportunity for students to explore the field of computer science. During my time as president, many students joined with little knowledge of computer science and came out with competence, leadership skills, and the drive to pursue computer science. We developed video games, collaborated as part of teams, met important deadlines, and most importantly, it was the only place where students can share their passion for computer science. This is why I find this decision more frustrating. Considering that McDowell holds the only computer science course on campus, shutting it down will effectively suppress the demographic of students who show ambition towards the field of computer science and strips away their opportunities to work on those skills. By going through this decision, it takes access away from every student and tells them that their passion is not valued. As a living example of what this program can do, this decision pains me to see. Having opportunities to build competence, direction, and software development skills in organizations like McDowell's should not end where I left off. Many students have given their sweat and time to ensure McDowell's clubs are active, opportunity-rich, and most importantly, supportive to any outcast who enjoys computer science. I respectfully but strongly ask the board to reconsider this decision. Do not take away a pathway that has already changed students' lives. Do not show ignorance towards students' ambitions. And do not close the door on future students who deserve the same chance I had. Thank you for your time.
Okay, hearing no further comments, I just want to tell everyone that because the item is not agendized, the board can't respond or have any discussion on this item and the subject matter that you all are raising. But please know, and I am certain that my colleagues and I are all listening and hearing your concerns. So thank you again for your public comments. With that, we move on to our consent agenda. What are the wishes of the board on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kerfan to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Sadu. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. We move on to our action items. Our first item is student discipline cases. What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Motion to accept the district's recommendations.
Okay, I have a motion by Vice President Sellers to accept the recommendation in case number 2526015. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I heard a second from Trustee Kirk first. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I will register a no vote. Any abstentions? Motion carries. 6 board members, 2 student trustees in favor, and I with a no vote. Item number 2, accept gifts to the district. Assistant Superintendent Ekba.
Okay. Good evening. We have 3 gifts today. Tonight, Central High School received a donation of $500 from Winco Food LLC for the academic award ceremony. The second one is El Capitan Middle School received a donation of $1,000 from Ashwood Construction for the prep and cheer team. And the third one is Justin Garza High School received a donation of $6,049.49 from Gordon Park McCormick Barstow Law Firm for the mock trial tournament. Administration is recommending the board accept gifts to the district.
Thank you, and a special thank you to all of those that are giving these gifts in support of our students. With that, is there a motion to accept the gifts?
I move to accept the gifts.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk. I have a second by Trustee Sadhu to accept the gifts. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay. Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Please let the record reflect that we have Trustee Kerfan absent and then one of our student trustees. Remind me her last name. Alzani, Trustee Alzani absent. We move on to approve 2627 student and family services contracts. Assistant Superintendent Dr. Lopez.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Board President Carrillo, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. The contracts being submitted renew support services for student and family services for the upcoming academic year, starting with our summer programs. I did provide the data, the return on investment, and I do want to let you know that there is a couple of the programs that we are evaluating currently, one of them being school status. And I did discuss this in one of our board preps, that this is an auto renewal language, so we have 1 more year with them. However, after discussing with them our concerns, they provided access to additional parts of the platform that we didn't have access to. And this year, we've been evaluating the use of those additional services to see the effectiveness. I provided chronic absenteeism rate and decline for that specific school status program that we're using. The other programs that we're evaluating are second step, and even though you don't see Navigate 360, that is the SEL curriculum for the secondary, that's also being evaluated. However, I was waiting for the hiring of the director role, so we can evaluate that together for our district. The other programs are showing a pretty good outcome. One of them with Laura Moimian, please know this is just to close off the year through the summer. We are not intending on continuing because now, if you notice the return on investment, we've created trainer of trainers out of this group of individuals that will continue training the rest of our district in restorative practices. And that was the whole reason behind the grant, using the grant to support and building that in our district. The other program, CYS, provides mental health services for our students that are level Tier 3, considered Tier 3 or plus. These services have been used to meet some of the gaps in our district. We currently only have 1 LMFT and a social worker for the whole district, so they provide those services throughout the district for remaining sites, especially Pershing Pathway as well. I am happy to answer any questions you may have regarding any of the contracts.
Thank you. Are there any questions, student trustees, board members? Trustee Kirk?
Thank you. Dr. Lopez, will we be getting like a summary evaluation over the summer at a workshop about how these were effective over this academic year?
So I provide it's a workshop actually at the beginning of the year for you guys regarding return on investment on some of these that are included in this presentation. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments from the board? What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by Vice President Sellers. Is there a second? I will second that. Although if our student trustee wanted to second, I'll withdraw. Okay. I have a motion by Vice President Sellers. I made a second to approve the 26-27 student and family service contracts, which are listed on this item. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 4, approve resolution number 2526-55, authorizing annual interfund transfer for deferred maintenance purposes. This item is returning from our previous agenda from information. Are there any questions? Is there anything else? Okay, Tad, okay. Hearing that there's nothing to add to this item, are there any questions or comments from the board? Student trustees? Okay. Board members? What are the wishes of the board on this resolution? Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk to adopt Resolution 2526-55, authorizing annual interfund transfer for deferred maintenance purposes. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Sadhu. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. We move on to item number 5, approve Emergis additional cost contract. Assistant Superintendent McLennan.
So this contract covers a lot of our one-to-one instructional aides for special education. When we started doing the transition with the instructional aides, we placed a hiring freeze so that we didn't bring in new employees that would then get bumped by the aides that were going to be shuffling to different positions because of the aide reduction. So for our one-to-one aides, we were using temps through the Emergis contract. So that was an unexpected added expense, so we need to increase the contract that was planned for this year. That would finish out the school year.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Creel. So just for the finishing this school year, it's costing us $930,000?
No, that would be the total contract. It was 825 projected, and then there's an increase. The original contract was approved for 825. This would take the contract to 930.
So increased cost of 100,000 roughly?
Yes.
And I'm just wondering how much money were we projected to save by the cutting of the positions?
I leave that to Dr. Iqbal.
We are still doing the calculations because we have to find out for each employee what's the cost plus the health cost there. So we are still, but we can get you a figure.
Was it significantly higher than $100,000? Okay, thank
Absolutely,
you.
yeah.
The original estimates on the shifting with the aides was about $5 million total. It was about $14 million overall cost with $5 million approximately in savings.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Marshall, did you want to add anything?
Basically, with the reduction of Emergis for future years, whatever we paid toward that would be obviously less.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
And so this item is just to approve the increase.
It's just to approve the increase, the change in the contract to get us through the school year.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I have a motion by by Vice President Sellers and a second by Trustee Harman Singh to approve the Emergis additional cost. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Sellers. Item number 6, approve annual declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 26-27 school year. Again, this item is returning from our previous agenda from information to action. Are there any questions or comments from the board on this item? Okay. Student trustee, do I have a motion to approve the annual declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 26-27 school year?
Motion to approve.
Okay. I have a motion by Trustee Sadhu. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Elizani. Did I say that right? Okay. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. We move on to item number 7, adopt resolution number 2526-60, authorizing the issuance and sale of general obligation bonds for the 2024 election, Series B, in the principal amount of not to exceed $36 million. This item is returning to the board from previous information item. Are there any questions or comments from the board? What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Motion to adopt the resolution?
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk to adopt the resolution 2526-60, authorizing the issuance and sale of general obligation funds from the 2024 election Series B in the principal amount of not to exceed $36 million. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Trustee Sadhu first. Sorry, you're a little bit further. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. And I know this will result in tax savings, which is why you all were in a hurry to approve this item. Item number 8, adopt resolution 2526-61, authorizing the issuance and sale of 2026 refunding general obligation funds in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $64 million. This is also returning.
Yep, this
from,
is returning. This is the refinance.
Yes. So this is returning from our previous information item. Are there any questions or comments from the board? What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Motion to approve?
I heard you that time. I have a motion by Trustee Kirfan. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Sadhu. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. We move on to item number 9, approve out-of-state travel for 2026 STN Expo, School Bus Inspection Training. Director Both.
Good evening, Board President Carrillo, Superintendent Dr. Marshall, and trustees. All out-of-state travel for which reimbursement will be claimed shall be approved in advance by the Central Unified School District Board of Trustees. The Transportation Department has an opportunity to go to the STN Expo that's held in Reno, Nevada, on July 9th through July 13th of this year. Our shop supervisor and mechanic would be attending, and they would be getting training on the National School Bus Inspection Training and electrical circuit training. The cost of this conference is $4,114. Administration is recommending the board approve this out-of-state travel for the 2026 STN conference. After I answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? This is an annual conference that they attend.
Yeah, we haven't gone for, we didn't go last year, and actually don't think we went the year before.
Okay. I vaguely remember previously.
Yeah, I went to it probably 4 years ago. And then it's really good for our mechanics and our shop supervisor. It's a lot more hands-on training for them.
Okay. Thank you. What are the wishes of the board on this item?
A motion to approve?
Thank you. Sure, if you want. Is there a second? Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk. I have a second by Trustee Harmon Singh to approve the to approve the out-of-state travel for the 2026 School Bus Inspection Training. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. We move on to item number 10, approve Central High School jump pit. Director Both.
Good evening again. So on January 13, 2026, the board approved the 2026-2027 deferred maintenance plan. Currently at Central High School, the Kauffman Stadium has a long jump pit that is in the grass area where football and soccer are also played. The long jump pit will interfere with football and soccer and needs to be moved out of the grass area for the safety of the athletes. This project will be placed on the deferred maintenance plan for 2026-2027. Kaya has provided a proposal to move the jump pit with their CMAS, California Multiple Award Schedule, number 4-20-78-0089C. The cost of this project will be $252,590.96 and will be paid out of the deferred maintenance fund. Administration is recommending the board approve this project. After I answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Vice President Sellers?
Thank you. The location, is it interfering with the other activities or sports just based on having too many individuals in that area, or is it actually physically in the field?
The layout for soccer, the long jump pit is actually in the play. So we need to move it out. And they're trying to use that stadium more for their high school, and we're trying to make those improvements, so that's also part of it.
Thank you.
And then I believe we're bringing this item as action instead of information and then action. That way we don't delay completing it. Is there going to be any interruption with any practice or preparation, or then when the season actually begins?
No, we should have everything replaced before the track season begins, but even with those practices that they do during the school year before, well, we should be done before that. The goal is to have it done during summer break.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a question?
No, Director Both just answered my question.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I've made a motion to approve the Central High School jump pit, and there is a second by Trustee Kerfan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We move on to item number 11, approve Measure C grant award for purchase of buses. Director Both.
Good evening again. The district has been awarded a grant through Measure C administered by Fresno County Transportation Authority for the replacement of 4 buses. Central Unified has been awarded the grant under the Measure C Extension School Bus Replacement Program, contract number 055108507004, in the amount of $1,322,249.68 to purchase 4 new school buses. The buses will be procured from A to Z Bus Sales, utilizing piggyback bid number 2963 through Clovis Unified. The total purchase cost is the $1,322,249.68, which will be initially funded by the general fund, but then these costs will be fully reimbursed through the grant. Administration is recommending the board approve the Measure C grant award and the purchase of the new buses. After answering any questions the board may have.
This item is also coming to us as action since we are going to be getting reimbursed, and essentially we're accepting money from a grant. Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Creel. So I noticed that these buses are diesel.
Yes.
Is there, most of the recent buses we've purchased have all been electric or CNG. Any reason we're taking that step backwards?
So most of our purchases for buses have been through grants. So we did a big purchase of electric buses, but that was through specifically an electric grant. We did purchase, I actually believe 2 buses earlier this year also, but those were diesel. This grant allows us to get diesel buses, which for us in the acreage that we serve is still beneficial for us versus electric, where we're limited to about 75 miles, and we can't use these buses for field trips or anything like that. The main reason also is we have a fleet, and the total makeup of our fleet, these 4 buses will allow us to take 4 of our older buses and move them down to spares, and those are the 4 buses that we submitted for the grant.
I just want to be cognizant because we do have certain statewide regulations that are requiring us to transition to a fully non-diesel fleet.
Yeah, we are still well within those regulations.
Thank you.
Did I hear you correctly? We are not augmenting the number of buses. We are replacing existing buses. Okay.
The Measure C grant is to crush the 4 buses, so we will have to demolish them.
Existing, or we don't have any hidden anywhere?
No, we've gone through those over the years, but these are 4 spares. So like I said, we'll get to cycle some of our older buses, and those will go to our spares, and we'll have some new buses hopefully around October next year, or sorry, this year, next school year.
What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by Vice President Sellers to approve Measure C grant award for purchase of buses. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard a second by Trustee Sadu. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries unanimously. We move on to item number 12, approve replacement of HVAC units at new pathway site. Director Both.
Good evening again.
Hello.
So, as we plan for the 2026-2027 school year and the shift of pathway to the old WAC school site, Maintenance has been evaluating the HVAC systems at the site. There are 4 older units on the admin building that we are recommending to be replaced. Pathway would receive 4 new HVAC units with heat pumps on the administration building. The existing units are past their life expectancy and currently use the propane tank that's on site. So this swap will allow us to get rid of the propane tank that's on site, which is only serving those 4 HVAC units. The cost of the HVAC replacement is approximately $58,428, and this will be paid out of the general fund, but it is still part of the budget that we originally brought to the board earlier this school year. Administration is recommending the board approve the replacement of the HVAC units after I answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Vice President Sellers, for comments?
Just a quick question. This will replace the need for the propane tank for all the units? There's nothing else?
The other buildings are barred units, they're portables, so they're electric. They don't take the, the propane, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And you said this is only going to cost $58,000?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I will second that. And let's get it done before they realize that they gave us the wrong number for this. Just kidding.
We'll take it.
If Measure C passes, it'll actually increase the amount that we have for this.
Yeah. Oh, it increases? I thought it was going to be coming from that budget. Can you use your mic, though?
What he's talking about is coming from the existing budget, but with the item on the safer roads, better, I'm getting that wrong. Better roads, safer streets, I should have it, but it'll actually increase the amount school districts have for such budgeting.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I thought you were just about to say that the 58,000 was wrong.
No, it's correct.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice President Sellers. I've made a second to approve this item. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. And then item 13 is being tabled to a future agenda. We move on to information items. Our first information item is receive information regarding updated facility needs assessment report under the Facilities Master Plan. Director Rodriguez.
Thank you, Board President, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. Tonight, we're providing an informational update on the district's long-range facilities master plan, developed in alignment with the Proposition 2 requirements. As you may recall, the district engaged with Teeter Architects to complete a comprehensive assessment of every school site. This item is information only at this time, and I would like to invite our consultant from Teeter Architects to walk the board through the current status of the facilities master plan. Mr. Robert Thornton.
Thank you very much, John. It's a pleasure being here with you this evening. I always enjoy board meetings and get to see so many wonderful things happening in your district. Very pleased to provide this update regarding the facility master plan. I have a slide presentation. Perfect. There we go. As I mentioned, I'm pleased to be here to provide this update regarding our facility master plan process. The master plan kind of has 4 major steps to it. Data collection, the site assessment, then you go through a project prioritization process, and then a community and a board review and a finalization of the master plan. We're fully into the data collection and the site assessment process, and that's what I'm going to be giving more updates about today. If I'm able to use the clicker. There we go. So the first major step of collecting and visiting all the sites was completed. I was kind of actually very glad that we did this earlier in the year and that we're not starting it right now with 100+ temperatures. We did most of this during the spring, which we had actually a rather nice spring. We visited 22 school sites. Each one of those visits included visiting with some of the site leadership, the maintenance staff, walking each one of the school sites and getting an understanding of what their needs are, their capacity, their utilization, and really developing a background information of what each individual school site needs regarding the facility master plan. At the same time as we were visiting these school sites, John and his team were helping us collect the vast amount of data that we need as underlying information for facility master plan. This information, some of it is related to the school sites, record drawings, information about fit reports and maintenance records on those school sites. Others are more district-wide information, enrollment, demographic projections, looking at funding, financing, new construction, modernization, construction eligibility with the state, pulling in all of this background information into the process. Most of that information has been collected. We're still finalizing some of it, but most of it has already been collected. As we go and did each one of these site visits at each school site, like I mentioned before, we visited each site. Part of that process was an assessment status of looking at the conditions of the buildings and safety and access and code compliance and all these aspects. The other part was from that information, we start developing a list of what are those needs at each one of these school sites and how do these translate into potential facility projects that are going to have a meaningful impact upon the students, teachers, and communities that are at each school site. I'd like to go into just a little bit more detail for your information about that facility review process. As I mentioned, each campus we visited our neighbor down the street, Teague, and I wanted to just kind of walk you through a little bit about Teague just as a sample. We have done this to all the school sites, but I didn't want to take the time to go through all 22 sites with you this morning. You'll be able to get a full report, of course, on all of this information. But as we do these reviews of each individual school site, and as our sample one here for Teague, the type of information that we look for as we're doing these is current enrollment and grade configuration, really understanding how that campus functions, looking at all the classrooms, special education needs, looking at the site, fencing, roofing, all of those kinds of building systems. And as we went through that process at Teague, we were able to identify thank you. Seems to have a life of its own, kind of going back and forth there. Okay, so at Teague we went through and we evaluated that site. It's one of our older campuses. And so as we went through, we evaluated, we noticed that the fire alarm panel needs to be updated. There's fencing concerns on the campus. As we looked at some of the electrical equipment, there's some primary and secondary feeds that need to be updated, asphalt that needs to be reworked, a variety of needs throughout the entire campus without going through the full list. Next slide. We also noticed that some of the playground areas could use upgrading to better fall protection surfaces. And some bigger things like the possibility of being able to expand parking areas for a future TK center and ADA path abilities. Besides these site needs, we also looked at the individual building needs. Next slide. Thank you. When we did these building assessments, we walk each individual building on the campus and we look at what the needs are on each individual building and talking to the staff. Next slide. So at the Teague Elementary School, we noticed there's some significant needs. The administration office needs new roofing, HVAC, they have older windows, door hardware, a lot of finishes need to be replaced. The NPR had similar kinds of needs. The classrooms needed roof updates, HVAC units, electrical upgrades, accessibility upgrades. Quite a bit of needs. And once again, this is just at Teague Elementary School. There are very similar needs at many of your other older campuses. Of course, some of your newer campuses are in great condition. And one thing we did notice throughout going through this process is the pride and care, though, that's being taken care of each one of the campuses. Despite the age of the campus, the staff really do care about these facilities. Next slide. And then that kind of finishes up the Teague sample elementary school. Just a couple more slides here. So this is the overall schedule that we have for our master plan process. As I mentioned, we've completed the assessments. We're collecting all of the information. We're now getting ready to start the steering committee process where we bring together our steering committee of district staff and we review with them the variety of needs of all the elementary schools, middle schools and high schools, and look at the prioritization of what those needs are based upon the district's funding, financial opportunities, eligibility, to come up with an approach for the facility master plan. Once that prioritization occurs, then we'll be going out to the community for some confirmation of that direction, and then developing for the board a review process of that draft facility master plan. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions or comments? Vice President Sellers?
You mentioned a full report. Any idea time frame when that might become available?
So we do a site assessment report, which documents the existing facilities that we've reviewed and looked at. That report's probably going to be available in about a month. The entire draft facility master plan in its entirety, according to our schedule there, that would be developed in October.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Hold on.
Yes.
And did anyone else have any comments or questions? Go ahead, Dr. Marshall. Did you have a comment? Okay.
I have a question.
Okay. Herman Singh.
Will the full reports include like maps with drawings and everything?
Yeah, we're architects. We like to do our diagrams. So each one of the campuses will have an existing map that shows it and shows the needs that we've identified for those maps. Yeah.
I'll be real quick. One point I want to make that at the onset, I want to thank the board for approving this, because to have access to a lot of the funding that's out there, as far as a lot of the grants, the competitive grants that are out there, we have to have a master facilities plan in place. So this is starting the process. So now we can get in line to access some of those monies.
Yeah, you're completely right, Dr. Marshall. That's very much a required step in the process, and the master plan process that we're going through, we're making sure that we're checking all the boxes that the state has for that facility master plan requirement. Some of the boxes, in my opinion, maybe don't make that much sense, but the state says they want it, so we're making sure it's in there for them. Also in this process, we're making note of other opportunities. We were just talking to John and his team about CTE grants, some other funding that's available for facilities for specialized programs. And so we're trying to make the district aware of whatever opportunities out there, because, you know, every district needs to be able to get as many opportunities as possible to improve their facilities for the students and community.
I have a couple of questions, and I'm hoping that as you guys are talking about some of the CTE grants, that there's some conversation with our education side, so that great if we can qualify for the money, but problematic if we don't have the students or the time for our students to be able to participate in those programs. As we're going through this process, and by we I mean you all, how do we distinguish between, is there a distinction between items that would fall under like deferred maintenance versus what gets included in this facilities plan? Because as you were talking about some of the things that you noticed at Teague, to me, some of those sound like there should be regular maintenance or some of the deferred maintenance components, but I'm just kind of wondering if you just high level, like how do we distinguish that? Or is this one of those boxes that the state requires us to include a full review of all of our campuses and all of the needs at each of the campuses?
That's a really good question. You're right. A lot of those things within that list could be considered as deferred maintenance items. As we go through this master plan process, we create a comprehensive list, but one of the requirements of the master plan is that the district provide their 5-year deferred maintenance plan also. So we're able to look at those two side by side and be like, okay, deferred maintenance can take care of this piece here. The facility master plan will identify this project. And there's sometimes where, and we'll work with the district on this, each district does things a little bit uniquely. Sometimes we may identify a project that's like, at Teague, we need to modernize this campus. And part of that modernization will include roofing, flooring, and HVAC replacements, which a lot of times are traditionally deferred maintenance projects. Sometimes it's just a shift of money from deferred maintenance to facility master plan projects because there is a greater efficiency and effectiveness of going in and doing a campus-wide modernization instead of doing 4 individual deferred maintenance projects. You do one larger project and you'll get more bang for your buck.
Yeah.
And so we'll look at those opportunities as we get here and decide whether, yeah, that should be deferred maintenance. Oh, can we swing that into a larger modernization project that maybe takes some money from master planning and some money from deferred maintenance to make it a reality? Excellent question, President Carrillo.
Thank you. I would agree with you. So the next step here would be the project prioritization.
Which is where the rubber meets the road. That's the challenging piece.
And so what I want to be clear about, because Trustee Nandeep Singh and I were probably, I don't remember if Vice President Sellers and Trustee Kerfan were part of this process, but I want to make sure that once we're at that point, that those are recommendations that are being made, but ultimately we as the board are going to prioritize and decide what projects, of course, based on funding and the recommendations that are being provided, but given that we both have served for close to 7.5 years now, we love to take responsibility for everyone else's decisions. We acknowledge that that's the role that we play, but in something so significant and given the growth that our district is experiencing, and it's more so to everyone else in the room, but just so that you also hear this, it's really critical that as we're having those conversations with our community, as they're making recommendations and providing their wish list of the projects and some of the additional things that they would like at the campuses, that we acknowledge that those decisions and the prioritization needs to be made by this board, so that when we are being held responsible for the lack of allocating certain funding or the inequities that get alleged, we can own that because we've made those decisions, not because they've been forced on us by other folks not sitting in our seats. So thank you.
That's super important. Can I talk about that just a little bit? You know, I've done a variety of master plans for districts here within the Central Valley predominantly. And when we have good, clear direction from the board like that to guide the steering committee, it is so much better off. Because there's nothing worse than feeling like, oh, you know, we're making appropriate decisions, and then it comes to the decision-making body, and they're like, hold it, this isn't what we signed on for, which just wastes everybody's time.
Right.
So as we start that steering committee process, we haven't finalized the people who are on that committee, but I always start that process by saying, okay, you know, this isn't our individual master plan. This is a district master plan. What are the district's goals? And so I think that'll be a great opportunity for either a written statement or for you coming into that meeting and saying, hey, this is what we're trying to accomplish here. And I always welcome the opportunity of having board members attend. Obviously not too many of them because it creates Brown Act challenges, but have board members attend steering committees, and also to do board workshops as far as updates as to how the process is going, to make sure that when we get to the end of this facility master plan process, it's something the committee's supportive of, because I think that's also important, but that obviously as a board, you guys are on board with the direction.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And so then one final question. I just want to confirm that at least our assistant superintendents and perhaps our directors, like Director Both and Director Rodriguez and our ed side of this, you all are having conversations so that there's some alignment between what does a deferred maintenance plan look like and then what we need to. Great that we can go after these grants, but does it support our educational plans and goals? Okay. I'm seeing everyone nod their head. So for everyone else that can't see them, they are confirming that these conversations do happen.
So Ed Services has been in some initial conversations regarding CTE restructuring, what that might look like, what other grants we would be able to use for matching funds, and you'll see an item on the agenda tonight that addresses that. We've also been talking about some preschool grants and some preschool classrooms that are appropriate with restrooms and those kind of things in some of our locations where that's not necessarily in play right now.
Okay.
And as I mentioned, the steering committee hasn't been finalized as far as I know, but in the ideal world, that steering committee, you have representation from maintenance, transportation, educational services, et cetera, so that, you know, all of them together and some representatives of site staff are the ones bringing together that direction.
And I will just make sure that I work with the superintendent to ensure that we as a board are kept in the loop and understand, and perhaps we have a discussion about that steering committee and who's serving, and that at a minimum, we have a representative from the board that can keep coming back and reporting to us. So thank you for the presentation and the information. We appreciate it.
Can I add something real quick? Mr. Robert Thornton is also working at the pool facilities for the Central High School.
Yep.
So, I mean, did you want to add something for that too?
I'm glad to. We had our first meeting with several people from Central High School and swim coaches and athletic directors and such. It was a good first meeting, getting a better understanding of what the pool facility needs were for the high school. Our consultant, Aquatic Design Group, who's working with us on this approach, they've taken that information. What we determined in that meeting, in my experience, is a very appropriate and consistent type of pool is what you would expect to see within an appropriate high school within the Central Valley. So they didn't get going off in some strange area and it's not too small or anything. It was a good programming session. Our consultant is developing cost and size information, and then we'll be going to the next step of figuring out where can we propose this facility to be on the high school and come up with a variety of options, and we're moving away on the process.
When do we expect to have a report on the feasibility report on that?
I think that's probably a couple of months away.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Glad to be here. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Okay. Our second information item, receive information regarding 26-27 contracts to support academic achievement. Assistant Superintendent McLennan.
Good evening. We are bringing to you a batch. We have two batches of contracts that are essentially contracts for the full year from Educational Services. This is the first one. As a little bit of a foundation, so last year, Educational Services, which also processes contracts for some technology tools, some testing and assessment tools and those kind of things, spent $6,098,000 in contracts. This year, that was dropped to $5.5 million. Next year, we are anticipating $4 million. So we are working on reducing the contracts that we have and building internal capacity as we go through. My projection would be the following year, I'm looking at reducing another $1 million because several of these contracts provide coaching services to train our internal coaches, and trainer-of-trainer models so that we have our own trainer as opposed to relying on the company to continue training continuous teachers that come into our district for some of these programs. When I bring these back for approval, and actually before that, I will go ahead and submit to you some return on investment forms. We're working right now with West Ed on all of these. We've identified the metrics to measure them. Those were not consistently in place previously, but all of these will have a return on investment form, and they will have at least 2 interim checks during the school year, and then a final check at the end of each year, and then a 2-year decision max for the programs as far as starting to show effectiveness.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent McLennan. And just for everyone else, one of the things that this board has been very clear about, in addition to making sure that we are owning the decisions we actually are making, is that we are very intentional about the contracts, especially as we're seeing the need to reduce our workforce, that we are cognizant of the impact, and that as we continue to either expand or continue the terms of some of the contracts, that they are in fact supporting our students ultimately, even if that's through providing professional development for our employees at every level. So that's something that the community can expect, that we're constantly going to be asking, what is the return of investment, which is not only the end consequence to our students, how is this improving our students, but ultimately, how is this better helping our teachers and our classified professionals and everyone else in between, that is critical to ensuring that our students are prepared to enter our community and accomplish whatever their goals may be.
A couple
so
of
thank you.
Quick notes, sorry. 2 of these will be picked up by a literacy grant that we just received, so we'll be changing some of the funding sources on these as well. And just a little bit of perspective of the $4 million in contracts that are remaining, 43% of those are for core curriculum. So they're just our ongoing science, our ongoing language arts books, like some of the subscriptions for the consumables and things for that.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Trustee Kirk?
Thank you. I have one question about the Follett services. Is that a new one that we're with, or is that one we've continued with?
It's an existing one. So it's our library inventory system and our cataloging system in the libraries. It's kind of one of those backbone systems that runs, tracks all of that, and tracks like our Chromebook checkouts and all of those things that kids check out and get like put on bills when you don't return and those kind of things.
Any other questions or comments from the board? And this is for information items, so that's not coming back to the board.
It would come back next time as an approval item.
Okay, so this will come back to the May 26th
Yes,
agenda.
this will come back, and then another batch will come, the last batch of any large contracts. We're still waiting for a couple, including the ratification of the math adoption contract that we've been negotiating.
Right,
Will
yeah,
come
because we
as
asked her.
information again for the next one. So there'll
Perfect,
be 2 rounds of this.
Thank you. Item number 4, receive information regarding growth of Educational Services Department, Assistant Director of Career Technical Education. Thank you. Just kidding, sorry. That was number 3, yes. Receive information regarding 25-26 program self-evaluation for the California State Preschool Program. I was looking at the wrong item when I was asking about information and when it was coming back. Thank you.
So this is an annual self-evaluation that we complete as a compliance for our preschool program. And I believe the results are attached.
Any questions from the board? Okay. Now we're moving to item number 3. Receive information regarding 25-26 program self-evaluation. No, see, now I'm wrong. Number 4, receive information regarding growth of Education Service Department, Assistant Director of Career Technical Education, Assistant Superintendent McLennan. Okay. Yes, sorry, so you're going to speak on this item? You have a public comment?
Yeah, I'm here
Okay,
from
so we will take the presentation first, and then we will take your public comment. Thank you.
As we continue to move forward to build strong CTE pathways that align with industry sector jobs and have some of the quality indicators that are required for high quality CTE pathways, we are looking at several restraints. So one of those restraints is we're not maximizing our current grants right now because we don't have the work to put into building those partnerships with our industry partners so that students can have internships and those kind of placements. That is a feet on the ground, a lot of handshaking, creating advisory boards and holding those advisory boards continuously as you go through, working with those companies to allow our teachers to do what are called externships. So a teacher can voluntarily go work in a manufacturing with one of our partners to keep their skills current, get the new technology and get on the new machines and all that, then come back basically and tell us what we need to have in our classrooms and make sure those kids are ready to walk into those jobs. And then the kids can walk into those jobs and that teacher has that relationship. But right now we're very restrained because our CTE program kind of sits on the corner of someone's desk who has a larger job. We also are not able to do the application process right now for Prop 2, Prop 1D, and maximize our Perkins and CTEIG grants because of the work involved in doing that right now. So this position would be 60% funded from our CTEIG grant and 40% funded from our LCFF supplemental and concentration. It's already an action in our LCAP, and we've already been working with fiscal to account for that 40% that would be out of non-grant funds.
Okay, thank you. Now we will take your public comment. And you'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. Thank you, President Carrillo and Superintendent Dr. Marshall and trustees. I'm here representing FCSS Fresno ROP. Fresno ROP, we represent 23 school districts, 34 high schools, and we support all CT ROP. I've had the privilege to work with Central Unified the last 2 years, and I've seen a tremendous growth the last 2 years with all our CT and ROP programs. You heard a lot of them today getting highlighted, students with, getting recognized. So this position excites us in our office at Fresno ROP. We see a lot of districts your size that have this position in place, and they've been growing and they've been doing amazing things. Grants, I heard the word grants multiple times today. So many opportunities out there that we're seeing that Central Unified right now is not putting in for. K-12 strong workforce, Golden Gate Pathway. There's a lot of grants out there, a lot of funding opportunities that I think this position here will help get you to that level. Our kids here at Central Unified, our teachers, they're amazing. They do great things, but one of the messages I've been hearing the last couple of years is we need someone that we can call and say, come out to our classrooms. Mr. Fowler's been doing amazing the last couple of years, but he does wear a lot of hats. Central East, Central High, Justin Garza have great coordinators, but they also are counselors. They're also trying to handle the CCI. There's a lot of elements to CTE that we need someone at the top at Central, and Fresno ROP supports this. We're very excited to see this on the agenda. I do think that you guys have a team here that has thought this through, and CTEG, she mentioned CTEG. You guys are part of the Fresno ROP consortium with CTEG, and Central Unified has a very healthy budget with CTEG. You guys should receive more money than any district from our office when it comes to CTEG grants, and that's sustainable. So just wanted to be here today. It's been a long day. Mr. Fowler knows we're going to come out and support this. We're very excited for this, and I think that this is going to benefit all students directly. And we just want to make sure you guys know you have our support, and Fresno ROP is going to continue to work with you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Kirk.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. So we talk about our CTE growth, and those are our programs, or is that including our dual enrollment programs with our community college partners?
So technically, CTE can include both. So when you do the pathway, you're trying to do one that projects into the community college or into the university. So a lot of times your capstone course may be a dual enrollment course. That's the last completer course. Other times it's an ROP course or another course that provides the internship opportunity. So you can, but it has to be articulated within that pathway.
Okay, my second question is, what does this position do to grow student participation in our CTE and ROP programs, that we can get more students involved in this? As we pull another administrator in, how is that going to increase student participation? So do we have a pathway for that is my question.
Yeah, so one of the things that attracts in a high-quality pathway is the internships at the end of it. So and one of the places that I've come from and in some of the districts that I've worked with before, when you're looking at junior, senior years, you're looking at paid internships for a lot of your students based on their skills that they've been able to show in the pathway. And that really starts getting to ultimately be job offers before they've even graduated. And so, for example, at Duncan Polytech, when we built the diesel mechanic program there with the community members' support that saw a shortage in the area and it was a desperate need, right? They started offering internships to our students, both unpaid at junior year and then paid at senior year. And then at least 6 to 10 students now out of that program a year have a job exiting high school. They can also continue and go on to the community college and advance those skills, and then even go into some college programs as far as management and in the transportation industry and things from that. So success breeds success, and so really strong pathways that are fully articulated and expanded so that they have the full breadth to prepare kids for careers draws kids into those programs.
Thank you. I have one more question. So we talk about internships. Does that fit inside of our Students' Day, or these are after-school opportunities?
They can be both. I've seen both things where sometimes students are employed and they have transportation, or we can arrange some bus transfers and some things like that for them. So depending on what the offer is from the industry and what the industry partner is able to offer, that's kind of where it starts, because you're working with an industry partner that has an existing business, and so you're working with that. The other thing I've seen is that block scheduling at the end of the day, because often a capstone is a 2-period course your senior year, then that it's built into that. I did also want to note, Trustee Kirk, one of the key things is to this person's job and to working with this person is going to be designing the right number of pathways for enrollment at each school. So typically what you do is you will have a very strong, let's say, diesel mechanic pathway, because I already used that. That's only going to be at one school site. You're going to invest a lot of equipment. You're going to get that person working heavily with that industry. They're going to be placing that. Another school site would have a different program, and then the students would be able to do an interdistrict transfer theoretically if they were very interested in one of those programs. So that's one of the things that can really help your CTE programs manage their enrollment as well, because you can't offer it at all because there aren't enough students that are just interested in that career and do a really strong program. So that'll be one of the things that we'll be looking at. That's student surveys. That's, again, industry patterns for employment.
Vice President Sellers and then Trustee Kerfan.
When we approve this position, I'm quite confident we will, based on I know how important it is, how soon will this position start?
Dr. Childs?
Once it's approved, we'll get it posted ASAP, and we'll start collecting any applicants that are interested in the position and start the process. I mean, the sooner it's approved, the sooner we could get going on that.
Okay, so possibly have somebody in position the summer and not wait until next school year?
Yes.
My goal is summer.
Okay.
I also want to note really quickly, and when we were talking about the contracts and reducing, that was very strategic as well. I know that we don't have a lot of money. I also know that we give up a lot of money in grants because we don't have the capacity to sustain the work to maintain them. So that's, as we go through, when we're talking about elective programs, the more that we can have grant funded for our elective programs, the less in the general fund. And so that's part of the long-term objective of this and part of the balancing act of this position. So I don't bring any of these positions frivolously, just so you know. It's a difficult thing to bring to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Creel. This is not a question, more of a comment. Well, I'm sure we'll approve this position, and I believe that it may be needed for support for our CTE pathways. I'm a little skeptical that this will actually lead to an increase in enrollment in CTE pathways, because I believe that the #1 barrier for student participation in CTEs right now is our schedule with the only 6 periods. The issue with that is that some students that may want to participate in a CTE pathway have to choose between a CTE pathway or an upper division elective like Spanish 3, maybe zoology, or an elective outside of that like theater, like computer science. These issues make it difficult. Students have to choose, which leads to a decrease in enrollment for these electives and pathways. I think this is part of a larger discussion we need to have with regards to expanding the schedule. I think that will help support our CT pathways to assist with this new assistant director position. Thank you.
Do you want to be the last one to speak? Because I had a few comments
No, you can
to
go.
make.
You can go first.
I'm going to support this position. I know that this is something that our district has never had a formal position in the past, and I don't remember his name, but I see his face every time I think, yes, every time I think of CT. Yeah, Paul Burrell, right? That did a lot of this work and presented to the board in the past about the great work, but I share similar concerns. I think the concern is not so much of whether this person is going to be able to organize and listen to the students as to what programs they want. But I think as a district as a whole, we need to figure out how do we create time for those students to be able to participate in those programs. Because all the money in the world, if students don't have enough room in their schedule, they can't participate. Which is then why we hear about the reduction in certain programs and the students who are being directly impacted. We heard from over 6 or 7 students, over 10 community members talking about what's happening to the information systems, computer system programs. So that's my concern. I just want to make sure that we have an overall plan so that we can support this person in actually creating those opportunities and our students can actually participate and have the ability to make that option, to choose that option. Trustee Nandeep Singh.
I think the only clarification I want to understand, so this would be under the Director of Special Programs? Is that where this position would fall?
So this would be under curriculum and instruction because these are courses as we're doing it. Okay. But they're under my office essentially as we go through it. And so I'm probably going to be taking a very big hands-on piece because this is a large part of my background and I want to make sure that we look at some things like the Linked Learning Alliance and some things about quality pathway design and assessment.
And who would the Assistant Director directly report to? Who would be the overseeing?
The director would be Cindy Escondon's curriculum and instruction.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Trustee Kirk?
Just one more comment.
No, that's
just
okay.
as I have lots of notes that I will be sharing, questions that I'll have going forward. But just as a final comment, I ask that we be cognizant of the pathways that we put and where we put them so that we're not unintentionally expressing implicit bias as to what students at what schools get what programs, like who gets a trade program and who gets a law program. So please be cognizant of our student population and that we are not placing limitations on our students by the programs that we offer them.
Thank you. Do we want to bring this back under consent or do we want an action item? Okay, this will come back under action. Item number 5, receive information regarding growth and expansion of special education department. Assistant Superintendent McLennan.
Over the past several years, we have seen a huge growth in special education services and the number of students being identified in our district for special education. We are currently at 1 in 7 students. However, our support team for special education has not increased, and so we're having problems with monitoring and compliance right now. Again, when I shared with you that I don't bring these positions to you lightly, we have dissolved 2 of our own positions, even though they were needed because this is needed more to help cover the costs of many of these that I'm bringing to you. So we are also requesting as we go forward, we'll be requesting to dissolve the position of assistant director to try to pay for the program supervisors' salaries that are in here. And we are requesting that in my office in Ed Services that one of our executive assistants be dissolved so that the compliance person, which is a classified position, can be hired because we need somebody monitoring deadlines, reporting to the state and all of those things because of the compliance issues we're facing right now. Our legal costs to handle CDE concerns and those kind of things that are coming down are off the charts. So while I cannot give you a figure of amount that this would save, we are looking at adding an alternative dispute resolution component to our special education department to handle complaints and concerns early and really address monitoring and compliance issues with these positions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay. Just a couple of points. I would like us to try and track and just to see what the impact of this position overall is. I'm sure that we, someone at your table can calculate what our legal fees have been, and then we can just monitor to see whether there's an impact, or even if it's not just monetary, but overall the effectiveness and how we're better supporting compliance with any of the legal requirements. The job description for the special education compliance technician still has a question mark next to the number of days. If we can fix that before we have it approved under action.
Will do. We fixed it since then, but it wasn't fixed on the copy that was posted.
Okay. We'll have this return under action. Okay. Action it is. Number 6, receive information regarding health and welfare benefit plan rates for fiscal year 26-27. Assistant Superintendent Ekba.
The District Health Benefit Plan Committee, after reviewing the data and plan, recommends 4.5% of increase to the district plan rates for the fiscal year 26-27. The proposed increase brings the district total contribution from $33,037,616 from fiscal year 25-26 to an estimated $33,482,376 for fiscal year 26-27. That's an increase in $400,000, $44,759. Administration recommends this item be placed on May 26, 2026 board agenda for action.
Any questions or comments from the board? We don't actually have an option on this item as to whether to actually approve or deny, do we?
You have an option.
What are the consequences of our decision to deny paying any increases?
Then the staff pays for it.
Okay.
We pick up the thing.
So we don't have any, I guess my question is, a better question is, do we have a contractual obligation to cover these increases, or is this something that
it's a recommendation from the Health Benefit Plan Committee.
Okay. And does everyone on the board know that we have a committee? The district has a committee, and remind me the name, the health.
So we have Doug Richardson, our consultant, if you want to give a quick summary of how the committee works.
Now it's lit up. Board members, Dr. Marshall, we do have an insurance committee. We meet once a month, and it's made up of each bargaining unit and management. So that's where we discuss the benefit plan. So there is contract language about how the program is to be funded in the CBA.
Okay. Yeah, I know there's contract language. I guess my question is this recommendation in compliance with that language, or the recommendation that after the committee has had the discussion? And I don't think I'm not saying I'm not going to support this or that the board is not going to support this. I'm just curious, and I just want to understand, given that this is another increase, and we can probably continue to expect increases in our health benefit plans as we go forward. So I just want to better understand what the circumstances are.
Well, there's two choices. The rates would be raised, or the benefits would be reduced.
Any objection to having this return under consent? Thank you. Item number 7, receive information regarding legal services for 26-27. Assistant Superintendent Ekbal.
This is a renewal service for all the legal services that the district uses. So administration is recommending the item be placed on May 20, 2026 board agenda for action.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? I have a couple. So They're all, except for the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools. Thank you, Fresno County of Superintendent of Schools, for not increasing your rates. They're all increasing their rates. Did we attempt to negotiate keeping them the same or reducing the rates?
We send an email, but who's going to argue with the lawyer?
I mean, I'm sure that you can hire other lawyers from the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools.
Well, sometimes you need a good lawyer to fight it.
But we at least asked.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I can go back and ask the second time that, hey, this is the board wanted to ask a second time. I can do that too.
Is there any objection from the board? I mean, I would like us to. We've been spending a lot of money on legal fees, and I know everything is going up everywhere, but I think just to be good stewards and and acknowledging we have a lot of needs in our district. And I think that the other option is seeing that there is a significant increase in a lot of these. I mean, $20 an hour, it adds up when they bill every 15 minutes. That we as administration are more cognizant of how we're using those resources. I know you need them, so I'm not going to be one to say, don't call legal counsel, but just that we're more strategic about how we're using our attorneys. Vice President Sellers, and then Trustee Nandeep Singh.
I know you said we've asked to kind of negotiate the rates. Have we also shopped around to see if other firms are taking
These are very specialized firms, and these are ones that pretty much almost all school districts use. I used it in all the 4 or 5 school districts I worked. These are all the common. They're the strongest one there. So I'll check, but these are the ones I've been using for the last 20 years. So.
Thank you.
Because the lawyers keep on changing. They go from the one firm, but they're the same thing. So the only one that we added this year, or not there, we don't use a whole lot, is Lozano Smith, but they come in handy when it comes to construction items. But we don't use them. We use them very often, very seldom.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would only add, before this item returns again, Assistant Superintendent Iqbal, could we potentially see the numbers for the legal fees paid for the 2024-2025 school year?
We can do that. We already have it. I think Dr. Marshall has it. We did it for the last 3 years.
Perfect.
And the current year, we kind of broke down to what is student services, what's investigation. So we have a broke down for this current year. But the last 2 years, I emailed to Dr. Marshall. He has it. So he'll send it to you.
And I guess I did have a question because just having attended CSBA and the number of flyers I have received from firms, I absolutely know this is not the number. There's a lot more. Some may be larger, some may be smaller. But it'd be interesting for us to actually relook at, for instance, our RFP or like our bid processing. Because there may be smaller firms that are not as well established or other firms that we just haven't considered that it may be advisable for us to at least think about.
So we can add more firms to it. It's just we're not limited to this. So I can go get more firms added to this.
I think it may behoove us to not that I have any issue with any of these, but it just in terms of fiscal responsibility to make sure we're looking at all of our options. And like I said, I just know from CSBA, there are a large number of firms operating in this space. These are just the most well-known, but these are not the only players.
And since I know a thing or two, I would agree with that statement. When was the last time we did an RFP, request for proposal for legal services?
I think it was like
2019, 2020?
Yeah, something like that.
That sounds about right. I think I might have asked and requested it then. I think it's probably time we do the same because I agree. A lot of these are the dominating firms and they have some specialties, but there may be others that we can consult with. And again, just to be more strategic about how we're spending our money. We're not questioning just our health cost, but all of our contracts. Okay, we'll have this return under action. We've requested that additional information just to be able to compare, and then if we need more time to put out the RFP, then let us know and we can move this. Okay. Thank you. We move on to item number 8, receive information regarding the purchase of portable classroom buildings at Justin Garza High School. My favorite subject. Assistant Superintendent Ekba.
All right, this is an item to purchase 8 portables and use them as needed due to program or enrollment growth. The funds going to be used are developer fee, so we're not going to use any general fund. So staff administration recommend that deciding place on May 2026 board agenda item for action.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? So we're currently using portables. We're using these portables, so we would just be purchasing them now?
Yes, the lease ends in May 31st. We are using it right now in Justin Garza while the WAPA Center gets built. So after May 31st, either we lease it again for next couple of years, which is going to be about like $380,000, or we just buy it and keep it and use it when needed.
Are we getting any credit for any money that, like, I'm thinking like when you lease a car, like then they offer it to you for a reduced value at the end of that contract. Is there any benefit here other than it sounds like ultimately we'll end up saving money because we'll need these
Right.
portables? So is there any discount or reduction for purchasing them now? For having leased them for however long we've leased them now?
It's difficult to say because, they gave us 2 proposals.
Okay.
Either you lease it for next 3 years for $340,000, or you buy it.
We
So
purchase
those-
them.
Yeah,
Okay.
so those are 2 only options we have. So, but I thought maybe if we buy it and using the developer fee and just once the WAPA building, just keep it somewhere and use it like in emergency or that we need this, that we have something to go with.
Okay. Trustee Kirk?
Thank you. What is the lifespan on these modules?
Too
That's a
long.
good question. I'll see if
Sorry.
Mr. Rodriguez has a response to that, what the lifespan.
25 years,
It's supposed to be 25 years, but we have a lot of older ones throughout the district.
Sorry, I understand this is not a local issue. It's one that maybe one day I will lobby to have our legislator change how we use portables. But any other questions or comments on this? Okay. Any objection to having this returned under consent, other than my objection? Okay. We'll bring this back under consent. Item number 7, receive information regarding change order number 1 for construction materials testing and inspection services for the athletic complex increment 3 at Justin Garza High School. Director Rodriguez.
Thank you, Board President, Board Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. For your information tonight, as the district has received a change order to extend the materials testing and laboratory services required under the California Building Code for the Justin Garza High School Athletic Complex futsal project. So during construction, the project team encountered unforeseen conditions that required additional testing beyond the original scope. Specifically, while importing soil from the Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control Basin, CD, unsuitable soil conditions were discovered that were not included in the initial estimate. So to maintain the project schedule, the district requested the testing laboratory to perform additional soil analysis at the basin, which resulted in added service hours and associated costs. This change order provides the necessary authorization for the continued materials testing and inspection services required to complete the project. Administration is recommending that this item be placed on the May 26, 2026 board agenda for action, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on this item.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this item? So this is testing our soil.
Testing service, lab services.
Right, but I think I was confused because your initial report was saying when we brought in the dirt or into the basin,
yes,
there were issues that were discovered. So
Yes.
is the problem with the soil that we brought in or the soil that was already there? Because I thought we had already spent quite a bit of money testing that soil.
It was the soil. It was the soil at the flood control basin. So after about 8 feet, they encountered some sandy conditions.
Okay.
That were a red flag for us because the trucks are starting to roll. So the inspector put a halt on that, had that tested. Once it was confirmed that it was unsuitable for putting buildings on top of it, we had to go back to Fresno Met and say, hey, we need to kind of shift the basin over to get suitable soil. So they had to do another soil analysis at Basin CD, which is approximately like a half mile down from Justin Garza to the southwest.
Okay. Maybe it's my ignorance on understanding how this works, but so just dumb it down for me.
Sure.
What soil are we testing?
You are testing the soil at the basin that was being imported to your ponding basin that you're covering up.
Okay. That's what I understood. So why are we responsible for testing that? I mean, again, this probably is a dumb question. Why are we responsible for paying for that additional testing if I'm assuming purchasing the soil from somewhere else and they're supposed to certify that we can use it? Don't they do any testing? Am I misunderstanding how this all works?
No,
okay.
No, you're on. So we had that tested for DTSC, right, prior to bringing it in.
Right.
It met the requirements.
Mm-hmm.
But as we kept digging down, because we had to dig our capacity out, because you were doing two things. You were actually importing soil over to cover the basin, but you also had to dig out your capacity at that flood control, at that basin. You couldn't go anywhere else. That's where all your water, your storm water from the site is going to.
Right.
So it's two things here. So, yeah, we are responsible. We actually had to put a fence out there because we had to expand the basin out there and I think I brought that, actually I know I brought that to the board in late 2025.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from anyone? Okay. Any objection to having this return under consent? Consent it is. Item number 10, receive information regarding district fuel bid 26017700. Director Roth.
Good evening again, board members. On April 24th, 2026, the district posted bid 26017700 for district-wide fuel services. This is our diesel and gas fuel for our buses, white fleet, and equipment. Bids were open on Monday, May 11th at 11 a.m., and staff is currently evaluating the bids. The cost of the fuel expenses will be brought at the next board meeting, and administration is recommending this item be placed on the May 26, 2026 board agenda after I answer any questions the board may have.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Vice President Sellers?
With the inflated prices of diesel right now, how long, does this lock us into buying it at that price rate when it finally does come back down?
No, so what it does is, it does give everybody an opportunity to give us one price. It's often OPIS rack rate, which is what the gas stations buy the fuel for, so it's a lower price. Basically, what we are going out to bid for is that price plus a discount. So what we get locked into is a discount off of that price. Okay. So that price will fluctuate throughout the year, but what we will get is a discount off of that, which is, in the past years, we piggyback off of Clovis Unified's bid, and so that discount was anywhere from, if I remember, like 4 cents per gallon.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, this will come back under action because we'll have the bids and
yes,
that's required. Okay, number 11 and our final information item, receive information regarding charter services bid 2602-7700. Director Both.
Good evening again. So on April 24th, 2026, the district posted bid 2602-7700 for charter bus services. This bid is to service the district sites with the alternative services for long-distance travel. Bids will be open on Monday, May 18th, 2026 at 11 a.m., and this item will return after the bid opening for approval. The cost will be brought at that board meeting. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the May 26th, 2026 board agenda for action after I answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? This item will return under action. Thank you. That'll conclude our information items. Advanced planning, there is a calendar. We also need a special meeting. Can we all look at our calendars? And can we be available Tuesday, May 19th, 6:30? Okay. I'm seeing heads nod for a quorum. I hope that works for you guys. I'm sorry to all our administrators. No one can get sick. No one can have anything else come up. So Tuesday, 6:30.
None of us were on a cruise ship recently.
I hope not. If you did, why are you here? Additional information and closing comments. We have this item in the event that there are requests for additional information for future agenda items. Are there any? Okay, not hearing any, and if you think of any, you can send them to me or Dr. Marshall, and we will get them agendized as soon as we can. Our next meeting is, we'll have a special board meeting next Tuesday, May 19th at 6:30, and then our next regular meeting is Tuesday, May 26th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, and our open session will begin right after here in room 13. We don't need to adjourn into close. What are the wishes of the board on adjournment? Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk, second by Trustee Nandeep Singh. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We adjourn at 9:49. Thank you, everyone.